Hello everyone! How's it going today? Hope you all are doing just fine. Okay, so we're going to be playing more of that Ace Attorney game. Oh my goodness. Why, Soup, hello. We literally just started the stream. Thank you so much. We're just now starting the stream. Hi, how's it going everyone? Hope you had a good stream. So we're playing more Ace Attorney Chronicles. Gonna boot up real quick. If you don't know, it's like an alternate timeline. Not an alternate timeline, just like Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, but in the past, kind of. I don't know if it's actually related, like timeline-wise or universe-wise. I don't know. Anyway, swap over. If you've, you may have noticed that I changed my layout a bit, so you get more of the game. So you guys might appreciate that a bit more. I like it when you can see more of the game, personally. I can go back to my old format, like my old layout of people, like, I don't know. Okay, get game capture set to this. Turn off the music. Alright. So, story-wise, last time, we solved the case of how our friend died. And now we're going to England. We're going to London to be a lawyer. Which, you know, can only go well. Oh boy. Adventure of the Runaway Room. Oh, what's this gonna be?
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Oh boy.
My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
There's Herlock Sholmes.
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Yes. Oh, I'm happy we get more Herlock Sholmes. At first I was like, oh god, here's this guy. But I'm like, this is fun.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an...
I don't get why these Japanese characters have British accents. So they fit in right. They fit in perfectly here, actually.
This country is incredible.
My goodness.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Also, conveniently, they are fluent in English as well.
You're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
I guess we're not just gonna worry about
And
that,
welcome
as usual.
to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Oh, this is ominous. So do all the people that work here just have to hear these gears going on all the time? Lord Chief Justice. Okay, does the Lord Chief Justice have to listen to these gears all the time during work? Because this would get, like, too much for me. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It's like a fortress. It does, actually. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, but of course, they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. I think there's more of the differences than just construction materials. Yeah. This guy works in a Castlevania level. What's this place again? This is Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we're here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. Having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. As you know, it's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. Hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. I'll have to see who this is. Oh my goodness. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Miss Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Converse. Oh boy. Tell us about London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. You spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasato-san. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. We will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. If you do say so yourself. The sun will never set in our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. Lord Chief Justice, I think you're expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asugi, if memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing, the news reached him before he even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. Did you honor this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. Tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy. I see that's true. It's with some regret. Must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you'll just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Miss Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. That was Mr. Asugi. At least, that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... There's no one. It's Mr. Sato. It's me! I'm me, he says. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? But you still claim to be a lawyer? I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment of the journey here to Great Britain studying. Learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Bura. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. Become a qualified lawyer here in Britain. Not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asugi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour is all he thought about. I have to carry on, do everything you plan to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself. Not do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test to care to set me. Ooh, flub that one a bit. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. I'm sorry? The opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. Perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Oh, it's... Oh, boy. I wasn't aware that was a thing. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asugi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. The test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Awesome. What's the test? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself in these situations? At least you aren't the culprit this time, Ryunosuke. Come on. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? Extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, that if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murders are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree such a test. We'd be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All I have to do is ensure that you don't lose. Is there a way we can spin this where, like, well, we didn't win, but we didn't lose either? I don't know how that would work, but... So defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, you'll be hanged. Mistrial, yeah, I get a mistrial. I didn't lose. Hi, Bonnie, by the way. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. You say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? We gotta. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire a ticket for passage back to the East tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose where to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mrs. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure a defendant won't see this trial as a test, some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious about what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. That's how the court system be, yeah. The cold, hard truth of the matter, but there's only one person now with the chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. And really, his only hope. Only a fool represents himself? I mean... Ryunosuke, that was the first case of the game. He represented himself in court. That was the first case of the game. And? Good point, he did win. Fair. He did win. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it's purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city, enjoy yourselves. Well. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Brendan Great? Not likely. Look, this is like... like, this is pretty far back in time. They're pretty dang full of themselves. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. The guy was literally like, we are the center of modern technology and research and stuff. What do we do? Mrs. Sato, can I just... uh-oh. So they're actively imperialist right now? Kind of. Can I just ask you something? Careful! For this position, I can perform Mrs. Sato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. Trial starts immediately. Oh, imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, you'd better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Cool. Let's go. Like, timeline-wise, they mentioned, like, it's, like, a few decades after they opened their doors, like, Japan opened its doors to, like, the outside world. So it's a little bit after that, timeline-wise. Assuming the world history is about the same. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. Never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. Thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Japan of Orient? No. Actual Japan. It was actual Japan. Not whatever Phoenix Wright is going on. Did you hear what I said to the driver when he climbed aboard? Guess to our destination 5 minutes, driver. There's a guinea in it for you. Yeah, actual Japan. Ryunosuke and Susato are from actual Japan. This is actual Great Britain. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Yeah, Bonnie, there's a character called Sherlock Holmes, and it sounds like we're gonna see him again. I'm not sure why he's so pleased. Thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. There's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even for this room of defense, weighs grand. Grant! Are you right, Mr. Naruhodo? Feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir?
Oh my goodness, who's this guy?
What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they?
Sorry?
Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous?
We're from Japan, yes.
Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need?
No, we're just here because...
No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself. So I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. All the while a strange, faraway land.
Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no.
'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What?
'Tis nothing to me at all. Like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. Enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. But, it hit me in the eye.
Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh?
To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see, is from my good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now.
Oh, well, the thing is...
Don't worry about a thing. You have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all.
So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to ask, but... does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Blustering blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names?
No, sorry, I've only just arrived in the city, you see.
I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park.
Sorry, a park? What?
It's called Gilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donate to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its squirrel people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
Ah, but now they think all to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you?
Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves, while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best.
What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas stand there next to me, haven't I?
Oh yes, but I wasn't really offering just stand up there next to you.
What? Oh, I think I see what's going on here.
Sorry?
I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor fella claims to have more money than the Queen.
But if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... No, I don't know. Not all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Oh? Sorry? They just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. I thought it was going to be Jack the Ripper, but... The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeeks stand for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been danged. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend, the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zeeks. Must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. Is this the Edge Surf equivalent? I'm thinking it might be. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That'd be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I had made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How'd that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo! The man is no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, something like Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. No, I'll be right there. My client got to be so sus. I know, this guy's... what's happening then? My first trial in a British court. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. Yeah, we're winging it, I guess. That's why we've done all the cases up to this point, though, so... The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh my god. Look at this cast of characters. So this is the highest court of Great Britain. The Old Bailey. The century of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So difficult to the Supreme... It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. Is this a church? It kind of looks like one. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence, it's always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh my god. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I think this guy's a vampire. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern.
Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me. Japanese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Seen gifts of this guy? Oh boy.
Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You'll be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've already said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow's student from some little island off in the Far East, is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud.
Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. You hear he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we please go and Mother, can we please play in Gilded Park? Seems they're in the public galleries firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. Surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. Most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at them. Oh my god. Why does he have a knife? You don't just ask a man why he has a knife.
Yes, my lord. If the task is sent runners to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Is it one lady knitting? We're gonna find out.
Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Yep. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are... the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passed the sentence according to the law, but the jurors determined guilt based on common sense. Oh, so this is how we're gonna pass the test. We're gonna make them tie, because there's 6 of them. We won't win, but we won't lose. That's how we're gonna do it. I'm calling it. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. How exactly the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses. Yeah. It's juries attacked by prosecution. Yeah, impartiality. Uh-huh. Sure.
Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance which the court should be aware?
Oh, he did the bow.
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
Yep, he did the bow. He did the Edgeworth bow. So the Reaper's been out of action for 5 years? Why'd have just a day of old days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord.
As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. I must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed, the hour some minutes after 10. You have to make conscious effort not to read as Naruto? The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? It was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets in London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust in the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept this in the photograph as evidence. Looks at the jury guy with the knife. Yeah, I'm sure he did. I'm sure that knife has nothing to do with it. Well, according to the intro, the only people in there were the defendant and the victim. But a lot of people saw it. So, I guess we'll find out. And on one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by policemen who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yeah, we're getting an updated autopsy report. Yes, I'll accept these as evidence as well. Bloodstain on the right glove. How do I get into this? I'm back to a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there are only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of these passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather circumstances, to be sure. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Letlin, and so it is, and when I opened my eyes again... 'Twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul would rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? Wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker is fatally stabbed. Last time we had multiple witnesses to the exact moment someone died, they were all lying. In the first case, that was literally what happened. All the people that saw the exact moment were lying. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. They were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh, hey. Witnesses, your name and occupations. My name is... well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present at the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. Driver said no one else was on the bus. Yep, no one else was in the carriage except for the victim and the defendant. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Who be lying then? Yep, someone. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Maybe the defendant had a case of the sleep stabbings. It's like sleepwalking, except stab.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated at the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
How quaint. I'd have read that civilization of the East Island nations a good century behind our own, but you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is.
What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes.
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus!
Oh. It's right here. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, another 4 on the rooftop deck above.
Oh, so the two were inside and the 3 were outside.
Every Londoner knows the best views of city architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
A skylight? Oh!
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats of this omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought to the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I'd like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
That is a wig on his head.
Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
Wow. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene aired as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here.
Let us continue proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponi stray to understand the intricacies of British court's cross-examination rights.
Alright. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Oh boy. What the witnesses saw. Oh, they were stained glass behind those, I noticed. Their portraits.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw two.
Okay. Alright. So when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. So help me. 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Mr. McGilded's really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Suicide? Possibly. Let's look at those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Let's press. You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Did I already testify to that?
Oh yeah, we can look to other people, see their reactions.
Are a fair, dinkum, hard-working city bankers not can trust or trustworthy these days?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's...
My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them.
I mean...
And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
Oh my god. Hello?
There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
I'm not gonna question this. It just... What the... What's happening here? Let me see. Ah yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire in the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So they can put their verdict before the trial ends. I see. So if those normal scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. I'm not sure if they... We'll have to see if they can change their votes later, but I'm guessing no.
Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. You screamed, huh? Like a little baby? You stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. It's up on the roof seats. Look at the little icon of him in the bottom left. Look how polygonal he looks. He's very polygonal. Remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed? I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly! That huge, great knife! A grim sight indeed. It didn't help me at all. The man's cleaning it. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. It appears it made everyone even more dubious of Mr. McGill is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Well, let's, oh. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, hey. Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. Seems a particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. The Mason guy could also be M. This is correct. But there are M's everywhere. Yes. Like in Mason. See?
Objection!
Oh my god, that's a fancy text box. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Alright. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGill is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! Oh. No! So, unless we get the remaining 3 to go innocent... Yeah. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Rip. Well, we lose. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, if they need all the jury members to plead guilty? Maybe. What I need more than anything is more information, and we're still very much in the dark. I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. You mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something to give us a way to fight back. Call that a hung jury? Yeah. But... Alright. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I think what I'm gonna do is once... You know, I'm gonna do it now. Let's examine these. That bar is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh. You don't seem like words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, yeah, that's blood. That looks a lot like blood. surely is blood. The victims. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Well, yeah. Did you think it wouldn't? I'm sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. There's the M. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. It's beautifully gilded, too. Must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. The W? Yes, it's one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. What I am sure of is that this isn't M. Oh, all that is quickly quashed. Anything else with this knife? I don't think so. So now let's examine all of this. Well, let's open the door and go outside, shall we? Yeah, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Oh my god, this is silly. Yep. There's the skylight, there's the view. They probably could have seen that. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yeah, so that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Did you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. There's a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Nah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn on the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower! It's under construction already, I believe. People over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Take a look at that skylight. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view in the cabin from the roof deck. There doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin, at least. Oh? Sees a handle, it seems. Items. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might need to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. There's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Is there anything else in here? Okay. I can't see anything specific in there. Let's... Can we look up top? So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Is there glass in the skylight? Looks like it. Must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? They have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that's the real price you pay to stay out late. Yeah, that looks like glass. Wait. Aha! Yeah, but there's a lamp in the closed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. But there's a handle, though, right there. Guess we can't examine that further at the moment. But there's a handle. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get much from this. Game? Did you have to... Did you have to just do it so blatantly? Really, game? That's very blatant reference. There's the knife. Autopsy report. Examine. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife, false journey, and omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. 54. Armband. I can examine this? Oh. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here, look. Kazuma Asagi. This is his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. Present the badge, yeah. That always works. I'm sure he found the truth he longed for here, but he lost his life or even had the chance to see the place. Such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Alright, well, I don't think we can get any more at the moment from the evidence. Let's press this. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus Begilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Order! Order! It's hard to believe one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is convincing indeed. The law knows no philanthropists, my lord, only innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. Couldn't agree more, sir, the truth. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed... Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. Can you press during a press? No. You can if someone else is doing a weird reaction. Which is why it lets you look around. And he had 4 passengers aboard at the time, is that correct? Yes, yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same part of the bus, of course, though, no. There were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. A murder on my own bus. It's just too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake this cold ever since it happened. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5, do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little. Get up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Please tell me the old lady is our Here's our winning ticket here. She's too... Please tell me she's too focused on knitting.
Beppo's a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir.
Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
All that's left. We have until she finishes the mids to get this done? Yeah.
Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand?
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have had it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the Gilded Public Library later and borrow some more books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know?
What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he?
The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one of the very darkest of souls.
What?
Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own.
Loan shark. That's what it means. That's what that word means.
They default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that...
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment day for his debts.
Good gracious! Hey, Van Zeeks, do you have any proof for all this? Do you have any proof, or are you just making stuff up?
The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mrs. Sato. You claim the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Oh. Ah, yes. Goblet of blood.
What is a man? Pray forgive the discourtesy filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law.
Aha, there it is! Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? The wine gives, oh boy.
But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage. I did expect to experience it myself.
Ah, as judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
Oh boy. Ordered 20 guineas.
Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel! Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before...
I don't stand for nonsense.
Well, we lose. That was it. The last juror's decision. Well, the rules say, Sasato-san. Tell us. Now, according to the Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury now in agreement in this case.
It's the footnote. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Susato-san. Object, please. Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You're in the middle of saying something before? The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course! One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty... Okay, yep. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation explanation of the jurors at this point. Summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century is that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text of British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Sato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Wow, this guy. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. Seems under this procedure, we'd be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them change their leaning or reverse their decisions. It says here that... if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination attempt to influence the jury's decision. That procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose.
Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister even assert his right to try in this day and age. But then Ryunosuke's like, but I don't respect myself. Therefore, I will do it. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? It's our only chance we got. Summation examination. Our last possible option. We should have our right to carry it out or admit defeat. Yeah, let's just forget it. Let's give up.
The defense wish to assert its right to summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with a summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision, explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention has made this before. Better really hold with all this justifying lark. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them experienced this before. Alright then, summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity you've been looking for, to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of the most serious crime. And as we do that, I think it's time to open up my sody pop. Hold on, get this ASMR going. Soda. The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair is our motto. We have raised prices above 4 pence for years. Wait. 4 pence? 4 times 4 is not 20. Hold on. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief! I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them. Use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was gonna have to thaw their icy minds with some heart-warming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what are I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry, you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. Yep, we gotta use the math. The bad maths, as they would say. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they're complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. You must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. See if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Oh, boy. So it's contradictions to what 2 more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, it's similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements. Put the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yeah, the 20 pence guy against the bus leader guy. Yes, my lord. Oh, here I am. Defense's rebuttal. Four passengers. So, Pitt. 4 passengers fares totaling 20 pence against fair fares haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
Objection!
Those statements contradict each other.
They do? Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
This road Silverblaze's main and name. I have the first idea what you're talking about.
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there are 4 passengers in the omnibus at the night in question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That it is. A fair and convenient single price. This is the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, there's a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man? Why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. Do the multiplication. It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. Figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there's another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachman and the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims will certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end,
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire on the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo!
My god. Poor Beppo. Beppo's a funny name. That sounds like a clown's name. That sounds very much like a clown's name. Beppo the Clown.
Oh, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Wow.
For the love of Mike, not you as well!
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
Beppo's the same name as the Talking Bear in One Piece? Oh. I, for one, think it's only proper to hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's what we must strike next. We need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Wait, I was saying those internally. Can she read my mind? She probably can.
All the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
He stuck the jab next to him, just like this. Let's press U. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And on my dad, each time you've gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. What's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant's guilty? That's a conclusion I've drawn as a result of the copious notes I've typed. Clearly, ma'am, so you explain why you're drawing that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. Well... Beppo! Stabbing the poor man on the floor? Hey now. Yep, here we go. I was wondering why she used that phrase.
Objection!
Oh, her face. Those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel, post-haste.
Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. That's not what you said you were knitting at the beginning, though. You said you're knitting mitts for your son, I believe. You're changing your story.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradict even mean, I ask you?
The old lady did it, yeah. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can you see I'm busy here? My knife's stuck.
How'd you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Ah, wanna test me, do ya? Just like this, stuck the fellow smarter than getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, isn't that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How'd you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Yet he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What?
Bless my stitches! What a muddle! This tells us that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh!
But why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet. But I do know that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales.
I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors, I warn you. You cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern
sorcerer using magic on us all. If I use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this!
God. Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say the shark had stabbed the victim as you sat next to him on the omnibus. This young daddy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the shark stabbed him again. This old lady saw him do it. Well, what say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. Could the foreman of the jury be right? The two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question, because... a single stab wound. One single stab wound. Unfortunate, Mr. Foreman. What is it? Come on now, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job? As a foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we all want to see. Say two witnesses say two different moments of the same crime. Say it's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm gonna convince him is present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report. Single stab wound.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once.
Yeah, only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't have possibly seen it happen two different times.
Alright, I concede defeat.
Where'd the knife go? Oh, it must be in his left hand. Hey, we did it. But wait, that means Forger is now linked to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. If that chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Maybe you don't lick your knife. You're gonna cut your tongue like that. Please stop. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jurors for me to adjudicate. The trial must continue.
Cool. We did it. Why is there always a creepy knife guy? You know.
Hereby ask the defense, prosecution witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
Oh, more wine. Yeah? Yeah?
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
How did he do that if he's not a vampire? Come on. A normal person can't do that and have it crushed to dust. He's a vampire.
Lord Van Zeeks!
Is it cold in here, or is it just me?
As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems to overestimate the intelligence of the jury.
Wow.
Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove of self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Oh my god.
Bring forth the witnesses once more.
Look at this guy. He has doffed the cape. But the first guy's been bribed to say guilty? Possibly.
Witnesses, trust you heard the summation examination we've just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman, I believe it's Beppo?
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on the omnibus, you'll be found guilty of perjury. You're advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call you to testify before the court again. You'll explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Here we go. Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He filled us on the fare, he did. I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. Oh, I think so, yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage.
Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold. The last one of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. You're a disgrace. Your self-possession brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely. Here we go. Wait, hold on. I need to go... I'll go back to him. Because Beppo just said, but, and then never continued that. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow I managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from recovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. True, bestie. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of reaction among these witnesses. Remember, you have to respond when the witness is reacting a strange way. Then I have to pursue them as the reason. But what? But what, Beppo? So, there are only 4 passengers in your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare? Is that right?
It's impossible my last row of the day, pay. It was so cold, all I could do was stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
It was terrible, so I want to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only you'd been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. You think so? Hold on. You think so? You think so? Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses while I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me, sir.
Then when I turned around, yes, I saw through the skylight that a gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all?
I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Hello, sir? Hello?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see exactly when the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Did you just happen to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. Some days are like that. I like that option. No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, getting a little hot on the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I could do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
Blood-soaked hands. Squints.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands?
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there were definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove.
Arr!
Oh, he's biting it. So in short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
Yeah! But no, this can't be right.
So you're the liar here, then. Don't. Stop chewing on that. No, that's bad. No, don't. Take that away from you. No, stop. Bad dog.
That's right, you're quite clear about it. That you said it was both hands.
Dude, you gotta stop stabbing it.
Grr.
Oh my god, he's gonna break it. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. Say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically said he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Grr! Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding member of society don't prevaricate.
Stop lecturing me with your $20 words. I say, flubbing. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. Is that really the case? $20 haircut. I was mixing up my idioms there. Mr. Naruhodo. You had some evidence to explain Mr. Fairplay might be lying. You could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony? Do we have evidence? Oh, right, we never looked at the book. We never looked at the book, you're right. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? But for a great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I sure will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Let's take a look. Who do we see here? I can't read this. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment! Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? You're right, Bonnie, thank you. Look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible it's just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. Hey. Look at this. Let's present this evidence. I have evidence. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Grr! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. Evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Because he had money owed. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion.
The point is, among us, the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts owed him would be annulled and cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? A devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? You need to stop biting that. It's bad for your teeth.
Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment of time which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth of your testimony.
Alright, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
See, just like the first Hades of the game, everyone that says they saw the exact moment it happened was lying. I'm sensing a pattern. A pinch?
But it makes no difference. Definitely remember seeing blood in Mr. McGilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defense gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think... yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses.
But the gloves? Yeah. The gloves were at the scene of the evidence with one bloodstain. So did he have blood on his hands and then put the gloves on, but then only have...
This time I'd like to know precisely what you did and did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I finally have a chance to turn things around here. They really suck.
There was blood on both hands of these cylinders. Sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage who we'll all have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you has witnessed the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands are covered in blood. That must incriminate evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Well, if it's not blood, I mean... that is possible on the gloves? Kind of. Let's press this one a little bit. It does matter that you didn't see it. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know.
Yeah, but... for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time.
You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding for the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty?
Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I biked the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. I was gonna win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing.
A little guinea or 10?
I'm a banker. No one bets not if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend.
Wait till you just admit they're fixing the horse races? That's a whole other thing we need to keep in mind. That's like another crime for a different point of time later.
Think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream.
Hold it!
I probably should be pressing every statement, but, you know, you didn't see anything?
Oh, yes, sir, that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating. I certainly wasn't making up stories.
What is that pose? Yeah. So say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir, I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you're driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Ryunosuke sees them every day. Oh, please, didn't even see that?
It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Beppo!
Beppo is not gonna have a good day after this. Let's press this. And everything you saw the instant was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus?
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember shivering is so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh? Why not?
It was locked from the inside. Tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked?
That's right. It's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Hold on one moment. Let's check inside for a lock. I'm curious. Is there a lock on the door? Oh. Wait. Lock on the door, you say? There's no lock on this door. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. There's no lock on this door. How could it be locked from the inside if there's no lock? Frozen shut? Possibly. Yeah, there's no lock on that door. Held shut? Wasn't locked. That's for sure. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. Tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and lock down along the low-arm cabin below.
But I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Let's look at this one more, because from the skylight from their seating, if they were sitting in the back seats, you could only see the two seats in the front. You could not see the seats in the back. And I get a feeling that someone hid in the little compartment. I think that might be what it'd be leading to. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Luggage gremlins, yeah. Let me confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. Sorry.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims.
After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I uphold the prosecution's demand. You identified the error in this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly, omnibus, are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Gah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. The Omnibus has a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder, and a British court of law evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Miss Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which is out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? In the other seat. Check the luggage. Yeah. Let's check that. Oh, yeah. So yeah, there's nothing in here, I don't think. Feeding tubes? Horses. Feeding tubs, sorry. Feeding tubs. For horses. Perhaps it was Phoenix Wright who was in the thing. Honestly. I don't know. Should we lie and say we have an inkling? Let's lie and say we have an inkling. I understand, my lord. The defense like to put forward a name. We're gonna wing it. You're a fool. That response is a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger of the other seat. This could be it. This could be a chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. Oh. Fine, that's a good idea. What if it was this guy? He came back after not being in court for 5 years just for this. Why would he do that just for this? It wasn't Susato. I don't think it was this guy. Let's try this.
Take that!
Yes, concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatever so-called logic you drive at that conclusion, it matters not, because your answers have made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head.
It would appear to be unusually large.
Ugh, you could have just said that's not right. Mr. Naruhodo, task here is to defend Mr. McGilded, and we're working on the assumption that he is innocent of this crime. Yes, of course. Why? That must mean, then, that there was someone else outside the honors of Mr. McGilded. The true culprit. That's right, exactly what I've been... Oh! Of course, so the two people sitting inside the camel witnesses saw through the skylight that night. They were the victim and the real culprit. It does seem as though we've all been making a false assumption. Witnesses weren't looking at Mr. McGilded at all, and he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Suicide? You're thinking suicide? Let's try suicide. But wait. Let's take a look at this. The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. McGilded at all. Would it be McGilded? He would have been the opposite seat on the opposite side. They didn't see him.
Take that!
The passing in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Objection!
What is a man? If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! People talk of those tiny island nations of the Far East having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly.
What are you trying to say?
Let me explain in terms that you're a student of an artless backwater such as yourself, I understand.
Oh my god, these guys.
When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. The very premise on which this case is built.
But that premise may be wrong.
What?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
Defense gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. Claimed there's blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears, the glory remains.
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, the testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, the memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. There was someone else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we've yet to identify. The victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party?
Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary! Order, order, order!
Now we accuse Vampire Man? Yeah.
What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated they saw the accused.
Objection!
When elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats that couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their hats were obscured by the roof. See the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to know such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. You make hats! Yeah, and you call yourself a hatter. He makes hats and he couldn't tell what hat.
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He did fall asleep. He did say he falls asleep. That's how he failed to notice. He's right. There's another person traveling in the closed cabin of the omnibus. You sleeper car rides? Yeah. So you can see Mr. Gill would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Mr. McGill to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he'll have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGill is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, shall we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? He'll say that he sleeps. He slept through it. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGill to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGill has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Want something you need to do and get it done. That's how I run things at the Guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Have you been listening to the internet discourse? And the call-out posts? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. And the receipts. And the screenshots, too. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why don't you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, it is not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true! Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. Little urchin? You what? No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm surely be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since.
Objection.
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. Remember how the Hatter's name is Lady? Lady's nuts? Oh, Lady first. Well, that's not a young... Well, 21. Suspicious. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. The urchin is here in this courtroom as we speak. Listen to the proceedings. What? Oh, God. Smoke! Fire, there's a fire! Oh, my God. Hello? What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defense in custody and clear the courtroom. Oh my God. You're hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. He had no idea what was happening. All he knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Holy crap. Alright, let's go find out what happened. Save current progress. Let's... Oh boy, that took a turn. Let's continue. What the heck happened there? What if the wee lass was a parrot? Of course. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Sato, there's also an advanced form of smoke grenade. They have an exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? Sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl around 15. Okay, it wasn't ladies first. A young girl. And could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilda was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. Ladies first? Yeah, that's his name. Or lady first. Whatever. Yep, Phoenix Wright Games and their puns. But then there's just Beppo. That took you that long to find the pun? Yeah, in like the first case, I don't know, it takes me a while to find some of them too. Let's call Mr. McGilded, actually. There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? What was she even doing here at the trial? She's taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. Comes a total of 20 pence exactly. Now it seems like there are in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Ugh, she's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take over the stand and testify now. I can't imagine what she's going to say. Guy blocked the door so people won't realize the kid was there without paying. Oh, yeah? Maybe she didn't pay. Maybe Beppo was telling the truth that he only charged. Yeah, that's possible. That does sound right. You're smart, Bonnie. I can't imagine what she's going to say. We could alter the entire direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yes!
What if she stabbed the mason with the defendant's knife? We'll see. Oh, look at that. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. That little newsy cap there. News girl hat. Extra. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. But she was caught. Now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I'd explain here. Why is this wee lass was here in the first place? Why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. So what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begor, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up at the very start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I had to set him up on the seat across from me. I turned to find out where that scream had come from. Bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Oh, a small child? Was she hiding in the little compartment there? For the luggage thing? I mean, somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. On the night in question, I took the back seat of the omnibus, properly nodded off. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's press this.
Hold it!
When you first got on the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, tis how you already described it earlier. Talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And, of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. If she screamed, how'd the Hatter scream? Maybe they both screamed. I don't know.
Hold it!
I could probably press that one again. Or like the second statement. Just get that cleared up. You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil's already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Oh, that's where the blood on his gloves came from then. He helped him up. That's what happened. 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman.
Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business is of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble.
Are you suggesting you're just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no, I was always had to report, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first.
The whys and wherefores?
Right you are, there are some details I want to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Would your good self do just the same?
Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Okay, let's go back to that statement then. Oh, hey, here we go. So he looked towards the scream and found the child. Say she was hiding herself?
Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all caught up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating into my chest.
Really overacting this.
Still in all, I pulled her out from under there. Sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her.
The seat opposite?
That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You set this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position could all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I need to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Okay, so there are two screams. That explains it.
Presumably that scream is Mr. First, who's sitting on the roof deck seats.
Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. But they believed to be herself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage at her sight. It is certainly plausible, offended as someone diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being defendant's lawyer, and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGill before the trial. But he mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. She can read my mind. She can definitely read my mind. How'd you know? Okay, next. Let's press this, since we didn't before. Loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How could I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time. So I would like to say, when that sound woke me and opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But the same moment you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. Yeah, she was hiding in the thing. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. Okay, yeah, so she was hiding in the thing.
Hold it!
Where did the scream come from, specifically? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did, as far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, this is a weird thing. The weird scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine this omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. Let's do it. I know exactly where to look to. Hey, where'd the stuff go? Storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Well, hey, wait a minute. Was that there before? That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain's so obvious, that's all. Yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose it does seem a little strange. I have such a bad feeling about this. The bags are gone, there's blood on the floor now. What's going on here? What's going on here? And that's when I found her. Who done it? Who done it? The events explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh my god. Oh! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Oh god. Ah! The girl, she's gone! Open your eyes! I'm over here! Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught in the job. She got herself backed in a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Oh god. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. I'll need for what I do with these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel decked. That's... Wait. That's Herlock Sholmes' gun. Oh. You stole Herlock Sholmes' gun. It's nice, isn't it? Like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. We need Herlock Sholmes back. His gun was stolen by her. You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. "'Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah, it's just like the Irishman said. Oh, he's Irish. Wait. He's Irish. And one of the jurors called him a leprechaun. Okay. Love that. Oh, that just now hit me. I didn't realize... Oh, God. Dude was making his name... Look. I was thinking like Scrooge McDuck. And he's Scottish. I'm also not very smart.
According to lady will now hear your testimony, if you please. You'll tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to. You're smart, you're just not Irish? I guess. This is true. I am an American. The girl saw. So we snuck inside the carriage before they opened up the horses, like always. But it was a right old waste of time. Got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, I can't see a blind thing in the hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. The scream just came out. Because of that, the swell found me. It didn't help me get away, mind. And he let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration is called for.
This is where I was sat the night.
And the cubby hole of which you have spoken of is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that the police found her there, and automatically assumed she'd done it. Where'd the air stuff go? Yeah, that's... I thought you noticed that, yeah. The blood was added and the stuff was gone from there. Those are the two things that changed. But I couldn't live with myself. A young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Someone would be tampering, yep. And, Mr. Vampire Dude did not mention the new blood.
Not at all, my lord, not at all.
I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness, what a perfect gentleman.
My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this.
I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. We still have one more, though. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clear at the truth every time. Oh. Well, hey. Does the prosecution get a thing? Does the prosecution get a thing, though?
Saints alive, all 6 men of the jury consent to leading to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! I'm guessing the prosecution's gonna be like, now I get it, now I get to do the same thing you did. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection.
Oh my god. Dude? If the sight of my iron-haired dwelling offends, please do forgive the discourtesy. My dude. What are you doing? This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would make such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as a witness put it, was included in their investigation.
compartment under the posterior was full of the coachman's belongings. It's not now. It's known in black and white here in the police report. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone's unlawfully moved everything from under the seat. What? Oh. Interesting. So, did he do it, or did someone else do it? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, you must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Huh? Me? When the carriage is submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the uncle will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment and seat? He wants us to lie, but we're not gonna lie. It wasn't empty. We're not gonna lie. That's gonna be bad. It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my case. My cause is counsel for the defense. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there are a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ah, be whist! What do you say now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here. Oh. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something that compromises position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. But there cubby hole under the seat is empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh on this matter, I think. The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. Guild rules state the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times. Certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo wasn't that irresponsible. The money lending feats on the pick purse are lying! Oh god. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! Joker's trick. They're all gonna be switching again. Quite so. Must concur here. Oh god. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there's the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition.
The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. So we snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. Like always, you've done this a lot before, it seems. So you're already in the honors before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? Suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. Actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, it does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers of 5 pence apiece, making it 20 which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. Good conk of a driver always goes to some grub for his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage to get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. Always check all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. That never seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Does the other seat open? I don't think it does. Let's check though. I don't recall it having a drawer. I'll gladly look again. Yeah, this one doesn't open. It's just that one. Like I said, moved all that stuff out so it could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. It was a right old waste of time. Got nothing to show for your troubles.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why's that? Well, most nights I'm on me own, and the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove had sat in my seat from the start. He didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? This Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit, then. I'll tell you, can't see a blind thing in a hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out in the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look at the crack. I could have a butcher at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I could have a look. See, I get already as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, Mr. Irishman spent the whole journey night all over me head. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. That's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Hobson's choice. Why don't you just stick to picking people's pockets in the open, then? If there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. Okay.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose, as I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. He let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And I felt the cushion over me get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not.
could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. Pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher while I had the chance, didn't I? Naturally, sitting up the bloke would have fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGillicud's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks at me. Sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. Should never have missed looking. Yeah, let's hear about how he helped you get away. Mr. McGillicud discovered you. He pulled you out for your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. It was still bleeding. The carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Left me hands are covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGillicud for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name, what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. And the horses are drawn up smartest, and this your Irishman says to me, get back under the seat. I'll see if you can get away later. All 6 men of the jury decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shiny moment, yes. It's clear they're all still very unsure. We could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. I think you're right. I have this feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. What evidence do we have? I can't even examine this. Just look closer at it. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasing sight to be covering with on our first day in London. Oh, nothing come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGillicud right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only been left-handed. I think blood in either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. I don't think there's anything else on these gloves. What evidence do I have? I already pressed all of it, didn't I? I pressed that. Check the carriage again. Did anything else change in here? I guess let's check. Let's double check things again. A lock on the door. Well, no, I don't think there's a lock. I don't think that would be it. Something doesn't seem right. What does that mean? Something doesn't seem right about it. It's also this new blood. Yeah, it's a different color of blood, too.
The chalice? Oh my god, you're right. It is the chalice. That is wine. Oh my god, you're right. But why would... Oh yeah. Someone else took the chalice. Yeah, I was gonna say, why would the prosecutor help with that? Well, the thing is, what evidence to represent where? Bang. Well, the bang... Let's press this again.
Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would that be, fella?
Do you have something to say about that last statement?
Nope, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kinda you'd ask, still and all.
Here, have yourself a tip. Ah. Does he think I was asking for his general well-being? I actually don't know.
Hold it!
I don't know what to use where. Like, all the stuff that seems wrong, but I don't know what to place where for it. Press on this again? Sure.
Hold it! Excuse me.
No, no, no. What do you mean? Don't ask me Gilded at all? Okay.
Hold it!
Like, we know things are wrong, but I don't know how to prove it. And, like, where to prove it.
Hold it!
Let's try asking this again, maybe? McGilded is not moving at all for any of this.
Well,
Oh.
no.
Hey! This wasn't a thing before. Hold on.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, do apologize, but there's something the matter, Counsel. I'm just wondering if Mr. Strahd's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I've been feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was.
I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. Still scared of the dark now.
Aye, not know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well.
Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something at night? Anything unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
The jobber, there's no need to tell the whole world of me for his little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should I make of that last statement of hers? Yeah, it's important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Reward work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. It strained me ears to work out what was going on. All I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you're strained to hear what's happening the entire time? It's the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there's no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher see what's what. But then when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. Mr. McGilded sat in the sea under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! But you had him even, eh? What a mug. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. So all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave the sea. But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up, I don't think. Miss Lestrade, maybe just told the court. It's clear at odds with the facts.
At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely.
It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared.
So Van Zeeks realized it too. Yeah, she heard the bang, but nothing else.
Counsel must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
Expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. Something else she should have heard. Show a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound, very clear, by Lady First, who screamed very loudly.
Take that!
What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh! Wait, no. What do you mean? Huh? Different sound? The thud was the fall. Oh, wait, yeah. You're right. She was saying, okay, she only heard the snoring. There he is.
Take that!
Thrice fired, Mason.
Yes, my lord. The sound that Mrs. Strahd cannot have failed to hear is that the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Ah! Oh, that's what. Okay, that's what it wanted me to get.
Explain your reasoning, Counsel.
Mrs. Strahd, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. Got him while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded?
That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cab of the omnibus at that time?
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage?
Oh!
You know what? The victim collapsed inside the enclosed cab of the omnibus. Therefore, Mrs. Strahd's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah!
Yes, this pithy statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well there was an inconsistency in Mrs. Strahd's statement.
Would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend.
What are you talking about?
You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not aboard the omnibus? Makes no sense whatsoever. Oh god. She's switching over! Ah! She didn't even say anything! I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, she lied. I can't abide liars.
And neither can I!
Mr. Foreman.
I don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars.
What is going on with that guy? Juror number 1. What's with him? Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Not more wine. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Japanese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Where's keep getting new glasses? I know. He just has like 20 of them somewhere. Yes, very refreshing.
Arr. Arr. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, useless?
Oh my god.
This is carnage. It's perfect.
Turn number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going... I know, if we can't find some new way to convince her of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much want to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truth. She's just repeating her thing from earlier.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal the critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, may shed entirely new light on the whole case. What are you saying?
Counsel!
I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body is found inside the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Oh, there is another entrance. There is, yeah, on top. Through the sky roof. Door wasn't open even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. There is only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there's no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way inside there isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court.
Yep.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the sky may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
Oh my god. So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your idle brain theory? Nope. Both Mr. Gill and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claim they heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Now, hold on a second. Okay.
Yes, it's already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from a seat having been assaulted with the dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact?
Good gracious!
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but...
Might a humble fella make a wee comment here?
Mr. McGilded.
To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say.
I thought they like, came on later, after he'd fallen in.
Think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oh my goodness, surely not.
There's two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck the knife in the man were?
Oh. Hey. Interesting.
Just what exactly insinuating here, you blitherer?
You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage. Good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
I'll give you a shot in a minute, he said. And so will I. Mr. Fairplay.
You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, a well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts? It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. That's the strongest possible terms.
That's right. I protest too about you, you rotten scoundrel. My God.
Order! Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
It was the defense then cited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to.
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. Hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is termed a baseless accusation.
I know it's rash puts the idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought.
What are you wasting time for? Get them to testify! Thought there was something fishy about that half the moment I laid eyes on the fella. Like to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? Spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First.
My lord?
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing. All I can do is keeping pushing forward. Keeping pushing. Game? Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me. I think the prosecutor is right. Ryunosuke doesn't know English well enough.
We're the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything happened while I was sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I told you. We could possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. They worked together.
That's right, you see?
We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another.
What?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses shared no common dealings.
Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
I mean, I wasn't sure how to feel about juror number 3 from the start. Like, looking at it, I was like, this guy's got a knife. But then, I mean, he's... something doesn't feel right here. trial's going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. The only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. Let's start pressing. So, no time the victim, Mr. Mason, climbed to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not. Dickin'.
No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing the both. Isn't the driver on the roof? We'll see. I don't want to accuse too early. I saw the victim inside the closed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie! I doubt you're engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Tis all about evidence in the court these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes!
It's going so well. I feel like it happened when we were sitting. Don't you think one of the other of us would have noticed?
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It's only been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly.
Is this some kind of a lark?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said. Is that what this is? Well, perhaps. One or the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
Give you the keys to the vault if you can fall asleep in that bitter cold. If you did manage your eyelids with free shut and you never open them again.
That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. We had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But ye see, I was away with the fairies, didn't hear ye at all.
That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone.
Now, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising.
Seeing things? Seeing things?
Believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You!
Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competitions like capitalist society is all about.
Oh my god, that's... Wow. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before?
Oh, no, not once, never.
He'd never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. You're not a very good hatter if your own hat keeps falling off your head.
No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? You of us have the remotest connection to the gentleman who inside the
cabin. Except... you seem to know something. Mr. McGilded?
Yes, counsel. What can I be doing you for?
The witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow?
Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? Yeah, you borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another? Arrgh! And young Mr. First?
Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir?
Do be making hats for living, do you not? That there top hat's lying about in your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Hey, he noticed too. Oh, well, still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers such as thrice-fired Mason. I didn't get a good look at his hat, but he does seem to have a very distinctive hat. He certainly does. Ah! That was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord. This you mean. I can't help thinking the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brick maker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a weak quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Arr! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me a little interruption hold up the proceedings. I got an achievement called Hat Hunter. Nice achievement.
Hold it!
Quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute! He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute! That's what he said! Take a look for yourself, go on! You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was in the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's tear the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. Good talk. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir, but as red as rouge I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir, the point is, skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame. It can open from the outside, though.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Strahd? Mr. Strahd? It opens. Skylight? That's what we're talking about, right? Oh my god. Stop. All of them skylights open. Dead easy. More easy you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, if I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears. Mr. Strahd is not the form to be eulogizing on the subject of criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I looked at the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why I can't open them from in the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff! Climb up on the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claim.
Hey, there we go.
Ah!
Oh, my hat! See?
Order! So it appears the street girl's statement is quite true.
I'll believe it. The skylight opens. From the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo! This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. I should investigate for myself. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at the skylight. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. Oh! Hey, what's that? What's that on there? No, no, no. Not the seats. Not the seats. Not the seats. Shut. Not the seats. Not the seats. I think I have to go inside for this. That's newsworthy. Let's take a look at that. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Might have to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here! Look at this! That's, without question, it's blood. Oh, there'll be a blood stain there. Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Again, it's looking very much not like blood.
Hold it!
Proof. That's right, I demand to hear it! Someone opened the thing when it was all smoky. Yeah, must have. We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us both brands as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there? Everyone much the same position as one another here. Arr! If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. The blood fell down. Something happened. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. Couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence? No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So saying that what we need now is find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Yeah, this was lies. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the earlier statements and try pressing again.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Once again, I don't know what to use where. Okay, this is lies.
Hold it!
Let's press again. Boy, now the skylight does in fact open. What's more, the catch that secures it's found on the roof deck side. This is getting flamin' onkus! This is getting absurd, he said. Completely absurd. That's right, neither of us even knew the skylight had a catch. We didn't know we could have opened it. We didn't know, but it could have kicked the fellow down. Please, where's this idea about kicking the victim through the skylight coming from? Whoever designed these carriages anyway? Fetched not being able to open the skylight from the inside. What about breaking wind? Didn't they think about that? Oh my god, stop. There's no point in having skylight can't spare you embarrassment, is there? We're really getting off topic here. If you actually have a point, pray, do enlighten the rest of us. I'll tell you what my point is.
Hold it!
Let's try pressing again. Okay, I don't know. Like, obviously, like, the bloodstain visible on the frame of the skylight when it's open. But I don't know where to use that. Check the book again, maybe? Is there anyone else's name in here? Oh, that's it, is it? Yeah, nothing new here, I think. I obviously have to present this at some point, the omnibus. But I don't know where. You're very pressed through every statement again. Actually, hold on. We didn't press the third statement again. You can only save during those breaks, but we didn't press this again.
Hold it!
So this is about motive. We had none. No motive, And, well, that's not all, is it? Oh, is this where we present the, Let's try this. Oh, right. We have to present it this way. Should we try this? He's asking for a proof that he fell through the skylight is. Probably.
Objection!
Yep, there we go. When the music stops, you know you've done it. When the music stops, you got your correct answer. On night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight in the cabin below. Those are the facts. And the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in the very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here in this courtroom? Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, What exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? It'll point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Huh? Where's the... Oh, there's the blood on that side. I was looking at the wrong side for a second.
Got it!
Got it? By Jupiter, is that... blood? Arr. This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the sky of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows, Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order! But the bloke has spared for them when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin! And only found his way that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, that'd be very convenient. Then let's keep it in mind the skylight catch can only be fastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? The gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Okay, well this... Again, something's wrong here because this blood's not here before. 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all... lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's characters being sullied with blood. McGill is trying to frame them somehow. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know exactly what's happening. Like, I'm getting theories, but, like, I don't know. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three, then. Everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, what do you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting Lord Van Zeek's stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. Back to my suicide theory. Yeah, something. Yes, and while this court has been in session... What? Well, I know the blood on the floor was different, at least. Yeah, what a palaver. Must say, didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor to stand to Lord Van Zeeks.
But I'm Magnus McGilded, fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. Or the girl stabbed like earlier, and McGilded is framing her. Something's happening. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper or the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affair of dubious natures. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Oh, more wine. When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Huh? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood and scar did exist, you say? But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly smear blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? During the smoke. Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, it feels there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel!
Yes, there is. Seems my learned police friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess they were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. The room was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless grounder? You're supposed to be defending me. There's a wicked plot. There's a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one was able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. The omnibus was first wheeled out. Both the storage compartments and the skylight were shut.
Of Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
I can corroborate it.
Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think?
Sorry?
About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
Sounds weird.
My lord.
Yes, counsel?
There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What? What the devil's name are you gonna say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back!
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification.
Ah. I think we're talking about the blood on the floor, since we haven't brought up the blood on the floor yet. This trial keeps swinging one way or the other. You have no idea what's truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly this alleged mark you claim appeared at some point?
Well, this wasn't here before, and no one's brought it up, so it's this. You'd say the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin. You'd certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. If the question is whether that evidence is genuine, whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility the evidence is fake. Who did it? Who done it? Who done it? Well, it was you.
This trial is over.
Mr. McGilded.
Done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now.
But you're the defendant.
It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, is all a nonsense. Facts are what counts. The fact is that bloodstain is there, now.
Well,
and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. Thought better of Lord Van Zeek's. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of individual cannot stand as evidence. But
us, Van Zykes, and the judge agreed that the blood was not on the floor.
At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain question is very much in existence. In the absence of any credible method which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue of this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. It's a formality. I'm of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem Mr. McGill will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, At this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me!
Yeah.
Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. Defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into question. Are you of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision.
What?
I must say, didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles.
Ah!
Your job here's done, fella. Some fine work you've done, so you have.
What do you mean?
It's just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how do you put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
I really don't know what to make of all this.
Is the evidence we've seen genuine? Was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. The unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
The stinker is always guilty of something. You mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings unfolded in this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the blood stain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, the case submitted by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were back to the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair!
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What?
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have ye? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Hereby pronounce the defendant Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Yay, we won, I think. We won. We did it. We did it. Sounds wrong. courtroom pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. The defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. I feel like this is gonna continue. This can't be the end of it. At least this chapter. Right? It certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial in foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. A heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we did have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did! Mr. McGilded. Ah, that girl's with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. No? What stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. But it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for the opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. Not sure I really did anything. What if you're saying, fella? I'd walk out of here a free man, then. I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Art is water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha! It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, be whist, you're humble people, are you, from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still no. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. In the courtroom? What's this, officer? Tis soon I was led to believe. If it's not convenient, sir, there are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. He's gonna mess with it again. Don't let him, he's gonna mess with it again. This gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes. Free man. Oh, she's still here, though. Oh, forgot she was here, too. Don't move! Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mrs. Strahd, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. Ah!
There you are! Oh. You're not Herlock Sholmes. Naughty, naughty, running off like that. This some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh god. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. So if you have to be shrouded in smoke, at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do you have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. Hello? What's it what? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean... say sorry? You must say sorry if you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. Fairly sure it's what she wants is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. I like the bubble pops in her theme. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She's a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yeah, you're right, but where to? Oh! I haven't had time to find a place to stay. Last year we arrived in London and we had to rush here. Our traveling case is still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend a day in search of lodgings. At this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worst comes to worst, if we're a lovely park, we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of a Gilded Park. It'll be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter lot might freeze a young person solid as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Oh no. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. The 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Yep. The multi-chapter case. We didn't get to see Herlock Sholmes, though. I'm sad.
What's going on?
Oh. Yep. I knew it. I knew it.
How did this happen?
I knew it.
No, sir. By the time
I
got
knew
to
it.
was already engulfed.
I knew it.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Is McGilded in there? Maybe. Oh my god. Something. Oh god. Yeah? Jeez. Realm of the Reaper. That was the achievement I got. Oh my god. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. That's what the next chapter is. Okay, well. Well, that happened. Wow. That was a lot.
That's one way to do alliteration, I guess. Okay, well, I think we're gonna end the stream there. That certainly happened. My god. Where's my guy? There. Hi. How's it going, guys? I pull up music and such. Yeah. Man. Case they're probably getting longer from here. Yeah. My god, that... Oh, that's compelling. Ace Attorney games be like that. They get you sucked in. Man. I've really been enjoying this game a lot. Which is not surprising. But, you know, we're gonna continue this some other time. Oh, I do have more games in store to stream. I'm doing to finish Hollow Knight, but I got some other stuff that I picked up recently that I think will be very fun streams. So look forward to that. Anything else? No, that's it. Thank you all for watching, by the way. Appreciate it. Hope you all have a good rest of your day. Gonna relax a bit and not use my voice for the rest of the day, because doing those silly voices for 4 hours straight, probably not good for my voice. Hopefully I don't lose it or anything. But, yeah. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys later. And, yeah. Bye, everyone. Good night.